Ooh, new puzzle, cool. Ooh, new puzzle, cool. Ooh, new puzzle, cool. Ooh, new puzzle, cool. And a loop. 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 That's better. Phew. And the day I can start a stream with no issue is not today. But on the bright side, it's not melting yet. If any of you can give me a confirmation you can hear me, that would make my life better, because I'm totally out of feedback now. Apart from that, let's write some C++, as such is the name of the game tonight. Element A1, and whenever get a unit, that's way too many tabs. Close everything except this. Not seen before, the following term is a 0. What? Who approved that? What? So got it before. Answer 0. Exists before. Count number of turns since the last appearance. And that number is the following term. It's only got a single starting point, so I suppose the easiest is just to try it out. So, said otherwise, let's try and get this from starting element 0. So that's going to be an integer previous, and it starts with 1 for whatever reason, which is going to be 0 for now. And then write it. Have we seen it before? So we're probably going to want to keep a set of those. And if we've seen it before, we're going to want to remember in which position. So we're going to want to map. So seen before is going to be if I'm going to need to initiate that map. So map from int to int. If I recall correctly, we're just checking to see if it's not the end iterator. I'll check the syntax afterwards. So if we've got it before, no, it's completely different. We want to do this, but we actually want the iterator. So this is a C++17 stream. I've got access to automatic variables. Look for it. If it was before, we'll do that later. And if it's new, then the new one's gonna be 0. I think that's the thing. Something like that. So that 0 is gonna be the new previous, and I'm gonna put it so we're trying. Fucking editor, I agree, it's pretty bad. So A is going to be the new element. So if we're in the case where it's got to be 0, it's going to be 0. We insert it in the map. So it's going to be the turn count. I'm going to have to maintain it as well. And then loop if it was not before. It's some form of difference between the last time and the current one. So I think it's going to be something like t minus its value. Something like that. Previous is not a good. Well, yeah, actually. Starts with nothing. So int, yeah, well, this can be -1 for a start. That's more of a logging stuff. Come on. This editor is gonna make me crazy very fast indeed. So if we've got all of this, put this in the loop and be done with it. Well, not I use t as a turn count. So t under n, go with this. And I assume we're gonna want to print the previous one. What do you mean t, not t? Scene t equals a. Okay, this is starting to look more reasonably like what we want to do. So for a certain number of turns, write the previous turn. If it's in the list, and then the next turn is the difference. We'll see if it needs an off by 1 or not. Else it's 0. Let's try 1 and see if we can manage. A was not in this scope, sure, because it's priv. Okay, so -1 doesn't count, 0, 1 is good, and let's print 20 of them. That was not 20. How could it even abort before the end? Am I assigning t anywhere? No. Oh. 0, 1, 2. This is so wrong. So 0, okay. 0 is not there before. I'm not inserting it. We'll get there. So scene TL is A, and the scene element should assume this as this is not a set, this is in map. So scene A equals T. Wait, what? No, this was exactly what I already did. Aha! And the shortcut to remove a line isn't there anymore. So it really was scene A equals T. That's the correct line. And why wouldn't that work? So let's loop through this before. If any of you knows the shortcut to delete a line, I'm interested. So we start for a certain amount of iterations. Previous starts at -1. That's not in the map. We look for it in the map. We do not find it, so A is 0. That's our new element. And previous is A. Mistake here. So I suppose what I want in that case is that -1. For some reason, it's the right answer. But that's still not the correct understanding. So previous is 0. Have we seen it before? This is so messed up. If I forgot to assign A in one of the branches, do I get compile error? No, I'm definitely not going to get a compile error. Well, how am I using A? This one's most likely UB. This one, I don't know. Could be safe, but with some undefined value. I don't know. Putting it in prev, and then it propagates, so we're doing a find, and this one's definitely UB. But as you noticed, I'm assigning it either way. What I'm not doing right yet is understanding what the problem's about. Or mostly, yes, I do understand, but my mind is resisting convoluting the code yet more. So the first 0 is fine because it was not there yet. The second 0 is because the first one was not there. And as I'm writing this one, I'm counting the difference between those two, which is 1, and that's the new item. Is that what I wrote? As I'm writing an item. I'm checking, have I seen it before? So the seen part should actually be after I decided. So let's see it the other way. I've got an item that I know is the current one. Have I seen it before? I'll still print it. If I've seen it before, then count with no -1, and that's going to be the next item. If I haven't seen it before, the next item is 0. Have I seen the next item? Yes, I have. I haven't changed a thing here, have I? And that was completely useless. I just renamed variables while I thought I was understanding. So let's, well, trace it. I mean, there's really no... I've got an item. I'm so tired. So we have not seen the current item or whatever for any reason. We start with 0, which has been seen. Yeah, that's the thing. We check if it's seen. Okay, that's the part I have to change. I actually have to assign it before. Is that correct? My first 0 is a given. My first 0 is a given, so that's what was good with the previous. So how about we start at 0 instead? So we start at 0. We had not seen a 0 yet, so the next one is a 0. We had seen a 0 yet, so the next one is a 1. Should not have been seen, that's a mistake. So that part is the one we're debugging. We are at 0, which we have seen. This is correct. So the next one is a 1. So we have a 1 here. And we should have a 0. This is going to be dirty. And already I'm yearning for Haskell, where I could have done this in a simpler way. So this is not enough. So having seen it, or having seen it in the exact previous round, will end up in a 0. So if it's not the end, or if it was the exact previous round, it's not exactly new. Still not good, is it? Am I even able to do those things while streaming? We start with 0. It's unseen, the next one's 0. This is good. Second one's 0. It's seen, the difference is 1. That's good. 1 is declared as seen. This is wrong. It's the first time I get it. So why? That's because my condition's on the wrong part. So if it's equal to the end, which means if it's never seen before, or if it's exactly the previous one, it's 0. And it's wrong again, completely wrong. So this time, first one 0, it's unseen, so the next one 0. This is really gonna make me crazy. I do not want to have to look back every time. Give me my Haskell back. Yet I'll do it anyway because it's gonna be much easier than trying to find a proper math way to go around this. So, okay, you win. I'm bored. Here's a vector of ints. That's gonna start with a 0. And for a few t's, get the value from the back. That's guaranteed to exist. Look for it from the back, but not the total back. And if you think I know the function for that by heart, you're deluded. And my internet is slow because I'm streaming. So I'm looking for vector. Where's vector? It's in the containers. Here we are. So I don't remember if there's some sort of a find. Nah, there isn't, but I can just index it. And that would work anyway. So I suppose I'm still able to do that. Where am I? Come back here. Here we go. Auto iterator is sequence or begin dot next or something. I don't remember how this is done, but I'll check it on. So if that element is the same as that my current value, then the next value is going to be 0. And break. Better than break, go to end. Go to, well, n. And if we do the end of it without finding it, then the next one is 0. That's completely the opposite. If the next one is v, it's equal to the difference. Now I think I've got to make that a statement for it to be legal. Just to check, and what is the, still the same sec.back. It's gonna have off by ones all over the place. So n is undeclared. Yeah, it's a capital N for some reason. And next, undefined. Is that the problem? No, R end. What do you mean? There's, oh, yeah, I need to call that on sec. SR end, where's that? 26. What? Where's that even coming from? You have been compiling before the code was saved. So is that an incomplete error message? No, member and name next. Yeah. What is it called? So begin or begin, whatever, gives an iterator, and the proper way to increase it is where's the type link? Come on, where's even that? I am never gonna remember where those are. So iterator, I have a reverse iterator. Here we go. That should still be some kind of an iterator, and iterators have a function to move forward. Oh, of course, plus plus, obviously. I'm so out of touch, it hurts. So it's not next, it's plus plus. Get lost. SR begin. Yeah, still sick. SR begin. Where's the SR begin? There is no SR begin. I have no idea where you found that. Try again. And overloaded function with well, that's a new one. I mean, I can spell it out. It's a vector of int reverse iterator. Is there no difference operator implemented for it? Would have thought there would. Oh, that's a unary. No, a difference type. No, that's not the right one. I want the actual difference. I thought that was allowed. On a random access iterator, which is the case for a vector. Yeah, that's the one. The operator minus, the one that's not with the difference type. Operator minus. So what context are you missing? Well, this one's a true error. I can define next. Or do I actually need? No, it could be loop local. So next is going to be defined as one of those, and but that's not the type error I had here. 001. That's reasonable for now. The hard part was after that. That's kind of starting to look exactly like what we wanted. Whew. Okay, I hope I can make this an auto again and do it only n times and hope for the best that it's not n minus 1. Is this correct? No, it's not. You wanted a 0, so start at 1. And people wonder why C++ is not my favorite language. Now what? Oh. Okay, it is gonna need a lot more debugging. Oh, no, that's because I started 0, isn't it? How about I started a 1 instead, huh? Well, that's a lot better, isn't it? With a nice use of a goto and a little stress, that just means logging is too much, doesn't it? What is timed out? Yeah, I'm just gonna remove this line and everything's gonna fall back in place. Timeout. Ooh, don't you tell me. What even is this? 1 million? And my quadratic algorithm isn't enough? You must be joking. So I'm gonna have to make it non-quadratic. And it's really gonna make me very tired. But I'm not gonna fail on the first one. So obviously iterating to find it is not a good way to do it. So I'm gonna get my map back into this. So really, what I want to do is going to be seeking in the map where if not I've seen the previous one before I even put the previous one in. So where were we? Let's get back to 0 and 12 and stuff. So we start at 0 again. And 0 is my previous one, so actually I do not want to, I don't want to have a sequence anymore. What I do want is to have a previous. And the point is, have I seen it yet without inserting it? So if scene dot find of previous is not, and I'm doing the same mistake as the beginning, and I'll correct that. So if it wasn't there, next is 0, else next is the difference between where we are, so t, and the previous one, which is it's a map. It's got this weird addressing scheme. So we've got the next one. I don't think we need this anymore. What we do need, on the other hand, after we've checked for the next one, is to insert the previous one. So scene previous one equals should be t minus 1, in which case I ought to start at 1. So something like this. Sec undeclared, yeah, because for some reason I want either prev or next, we'll see later. I got rid of my log. So this is very wrong. So first one, 0. At this point, we haven't seen it yet. So finding prev should be n. So I've got those reversed again. Yay. So I've got a 0. Have I seen it yet? First time I have not, so next is 0. Yes. And after I've put this, I get to swap those. So this is looking kind of better, but not totally perfect. It's like off by 1, and off by 1 I can deal with. So this looks a lot better. This looks perfect actually. So now let's try and answer the right one. And it's correct for some kind of big lucky reason. And is it correct for all of the other ones? No, it's not. Of course it's not. So I answered 4 and the expected one was 11. I have no idea where, but I suppose many things could be fixed by answering next instead of prev. That one doesn't exist. Okay, so I'm gonna have to count. So at this point, this one is 0. Or to put differently, t minus 1. And in this one, except it's a 1. So it's kind of, we have to start at 2. This is ridiculous. 1, I want this one. Okay, so let's declare it's t. T is 1. So at this point, next is t plus 1. And we have to answer n, which is that's not proper English. This is painful. Okay, in any case, in the case of the sample, we want the second element, and the second element is this one in the list. So we start at 1 and we want 2. So we want the previous or whatever. So let's just stop at n minus 1 and that ought to do the trick. And put this back to how it was. I am never gonna make it through this one. Okay, I'm tired. So I am gonna have a vector in the end because who cares? And you are gonna put this in the sequence. So let's push back the previous item. You don't need to log all of this, and you really want to add n minus 1 items or go from 1 to n and put the last one of the sequence, or any off by 1 thereof. Did I start at 0 again? Yeah, I most likely did. 0 instead of 1. Not enough. Maybe I need another one of those. Oh, come on. You can't be serious. Okay, so I had enough by 1, so I don't really need the sequence. What I want is to just do it to the end and without starting from anywhere else but the first element. Yeah, the only thing we've got available here is previous. Hey, kitty. So now we get a 1 and I'm gonna go crazy. We get a 1, 0 and -1. Do it once. Yeah, I shouldn't be doing C++. I'm not able to. This times out. 1 million, come on, 1 million, that's not. How about an ordered map? Do I really need that? Maybe submitting is enough anyway. Yeah, submitting's enough anyway. I had a bad time. Get lost. Sucky puzzle. Let's do a better one. Like TicTacToe. I've got a feeling I'm not gonna like this. Find the winning move for the O player. So we're given a board and we've got to fill it. Okay. Get line. No, I'm not going to be using strings for this. Get char should be enough. So for 3 lines, no, don't take a string. That's probably way more reasonable. And now the next part of it is to find a winning move for O. So we want to iterate on rows, columns, and diagonals. So I'm gonna want to have a list of those. That's really by far the easiest. So this is gonna be a series of positions. So that's like an error of pairs. And this is the opportunity to find out about initializer lists. I really want to have some form of a vector or an array is actually enough of pair of ints. So there's gotta be some kind of a syntax for this, which I'm most, oh, so this was actually correct, yeah, but I'm gonna now try and put one in. How can I put it this way? Still legal? Still legal, yay. Except they've gotta be erased too. Still legal? No. Must have bounds for all dimensions. Oh, come on. Just tell me it's this one that I needed to put in. That's more like it. I knew you were joking. No, 1, 2. That's the lines. It needs commas because this is C++. And now I'm going to have to do the rows. So that's 1, 0, and 2, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 0, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, and the diagonals. 0, 1, 1, 2, 2, and the reverse diagonal. What's the missing one? 2, 0. I think I've got all of them. So now let's iterate for line in the lines. We're going to count the zeros. So counting the zeros is a matter of counting the zeros. The thing is, we want the rest of it to be an empty square. So for every point xy among the line, if x, y, yx, who cares? If that point is an O, then we count it as such. So that's if board xy is an O, we increment number of O's. If, on the other hand, it's not a free space that we can score it, abort. You're not gonna have it. Whatever, fail. All we want. So breaking's not enough. That's another of those double level break we'd need. What we're gonna do is simply make it unusable and break anyway. So this ought to find the correct line, and if we're at a winning line, so if it's 2 and it hasn't breaked, then make all of them O's. Four is better. This, yeah, well, okay, let's keep the braces. And end of loop. Now's the time we should check if winning condition is guaranteed. If there is no winning move. So break's not enough. We're gonna actually want to go to win. So, and if we reach this without skipping to win, we lose. Well, how would that go? F was not declared in the scope. Nope, nor should it be. Wait, I'm missing something here. I am supposed to be iterating here. I distinctly remember typing this. What happened? Probably the IDE again. Oh, so I can't do that. Okay, well, let's have an iterator instead. And the semicolon, because C++ likes semicolons. Now what? Is that not how this works? Oh no, because it's... Am I not allowed to do this? Why not? Get somewhere else here. No matching and to begin of a reference to pointer to a pair. Well, I want that. Maybe like that. Yet again, it compiled code that was not the one I saved. Array must be initialized with a brace enclosed initializer. I'd say it should be. What even is this? Yeah, I think it's the greedy win that's expected. I mean, it's an easy puzzle. Well, yeah, your point could be argued. But I still think it's the easy one, which is not an excuse for C++ to refuse to. I mean, come on. Guessing syntax. Can it not iterate on an array? Am I gonna have to reach for that famous std array new thing? Well, that would be a good opportunity to use it. Let's try that. I haven't exactly used this one yet, but the fixed size arrays. Yeah, I kind of want that. Got iterators, but does it have what I really want, which is the implicit construction list? I'd kind of assume it does. Let's try that. So, yeah, well, array of this of 3 lines. Could something like that actually work? Too many initializers. Well, that's gonna be tough. Oh no, it's yet again. No, I want an auto here. Too many initializers. How is that possible? No, I said 3. It's not 3. It's whatever. 3, 3, and 2. That's like 8. Still too many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But it is 8. I'm counting 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You want me to remove 1? Do you want me to remove a lot more than 1? For some reason, okay. And no match for... How about this way? Yeah, okay. Sorry. Wrong answer, huh? Well, maybe this got something to do with the fact I'm only checking diagonals. Suppose I added the line we're interested in too many initializers. Come on, that's crazy. Double braces required prior to the never required after equals. Supposedly. I mean, why not? It's not as ridiculous as anything else in C++. And it works. And yeah, sure. IDE making me crazy. Still false. Well, I did put that one. It's not O. Yeah, I think it's O. I did write O, I hope. That's a lot of O's in 00. This one should have been enough. That's really a lot of attempts for something with only 2 lines. How many are you even finding? Their new IDE is extremely unnerving. Found line, found line. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. That doesn't make any sense apart from the fact I declared it as a size 8. So for better or worse, I'm gonna assume G++ isn't on a new syntax yet. This does appear to be doing mostly what we want. So no success, huh? -1, huh? That doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna have to do something creepy here and make sure I'm actually reading the board correctly. I am so not reading the board correctly. Why not? Because it's 1. It's I. Come on, chat. What are you up to? That's a lot better. That's a lot better. Let's remove all this drudgery here. Whoa. Better, better, better. No more C-log. Yay, that's a lot better. Okay, getting the hang of it. And this is fine. Publish, whatever. Well, okay. Did learn some stuff here. I'm gonna have to be taking a 5 minutes break for medical reasons, and I'll be right back. Okay, let's get back to it. So, positive, I did get to use that initializer list that's been generalized in C++11. Rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock. What do we have to do here? Tournament. Choose a sign and play it all along. Never mind my previous Haskell solution. Okay. So read the input with a standard coding game stub. So read end, there's really no need to ignore anything. Read string, no, 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 no. So every player, how does it work, has a so they're given in a random order. Why? But more importantly, who cares? So we're just gonna make a vector of them. Vector of pair of a player has a number and a sign. Just read them. I'm gonna need a string buffer indeed. So read into and a pair. That character is going to be that player's sign. So that's a lot of copying, but come on, this is an easy puzzle. This is not, sorry, gonna be our critical path. So we now want to play matches against one, well, between one and the next. So let's have another of those vectors. That's gonna be the result. And until this thing is long enough, we play the matches. So while the size of PS is more than one, play out. Get the first player, get the second player, find the winner. So how are we going to find the winner? We're going to, well, compare the stuff. We'll do this later. All we want to know is who's the winner. We'll define this function later. And this one we put to the result. So do this repeatedly and swap. There. And once we've got a winner, we'll just print. What do we want to print? Ooh, we want to remember who he won against. Well, okay, it's going to be a bit more than a pair here. So a player has a number, a player has a sign, and a player has a list of opponents he met. Got a player, so that's the player's number. That's the player's sign, and the vector is auto-initialized. This is also going to be a vector of players. Not much of this is going to, oh, except once we've got our winner, well, we're gonna add the opponent to the list of opponents it had. So p dot opponents or something, push back. And what is the number of the opponent? It's exactly P1 number plus P2 number minus winner's number. Okay, and in the end, what do we print? First, the number of the winner. Well, let's call that P. Result, no PS. So P's number, and then who doesn't love to write space separated stuff in C++? Anyone got a better solution? Tell me. If not, I'm just gonna have a loop. So P dot opponent's size no, actually it's a vector of int, I think. I hope. Let's check that. Yeah, vector of ints. How's this looking? So winner not defined and has no member named opponent, singular. Okay, let's make that a plural and declare the winner function. So the winner function I expect to be do I want references? No, I don't really care. Let's do this properly. So I'm fine with returning a reference, which means those two have to be mutable references. Could be done differently, but that's not really too important. So what we want is now, let's get the signs. And have simple logic. So now all I need to define is magic function beats. And this one's gonna be rather easy. We're just gonna copy and paste this. So I'm gonna get this through Emacs. It's gonna be so much faster than their fucking slow IDE. Here we go. So that's not gonna work twice. Doing this one by hand. what even is the function? I want to keep the rectangle to register XRR. Here we go. So we want, yeah, well, the gist of it is gonna be there. So this should do most of it. First case is, oh, we've got that special case that if we've got a tie, lowest wins. So let's do this right now. Does anybody know an argmin kind of function for C++? That would be some kind of a utility function. Utility, please. This would be the correct opportunity now. Swap, move, type, relational. Yeah, it's kind of a relational. CMP, nah. Not much more here. Where's even min defined? I would have put a utility. Where is min? Min is yeah, this one here. In algorithm. Okay, fine. And see also min element. Yeah, okay. This is gonna be more trouble than it's worth. So let's do without. If signs are equals, return if P1's number is less than P2's number. Lowest wins, so P1. This doesn't need parentheses. Okay, so this is done. We've got those cases, and if none of them is true, then the opposite is true. And that's it, isn't it? Do I have every case here? How many cases are there? 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. That's 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we've got it all. So this ought to be enough. What's wrong now? Read declaration of S2. Yeah, okay. Syntax error. Indeed, this is Perl, not C++. And this is starting to look reasonable, yet it's completely wrong. So what's the problem here? Bad winner. Debugging time. Well, let's just write what happens. It's there. Fucking IDE. So 4 meets 1, 1 wins. 8 meets 3, 8 wins. 7 meets 5, 5 wins. 6 meets 2, 2 wins. 1 meets 8, 1 wins. 5 meets 2, 5 wins. Haha. 5 meets 2. So Spock the lizard. So Spock the lizard should be true. So what's wrong with that? Let's add the sign. So yes, Spock meets lizard. Oh, of course. Silly me, scissors, scissors is C. Or we have a conflict with Spock. So those are scissors. Got all of them? Yes, I did. Well, seems good enough. Let's clean up any more mess. I don't think I need this. The rest I do. This remains, this remains. This isn't needed anymore. Let's try that. Yay, success. So did I get a chance to do anything new around here? I don't think so. Sorry. Let's get to the next one. One D spreadsheet. That's a classic. I've got fond memories of this puzzle, even though I'm not sure I'm gonna get to do anything interesting with it now. So we have a spreadsheet and we have to resolve the formulae. Well, there's nothing very specific to do about it. We're just gonna parse and solve. So n number of cells, read it, and then each line operation arg1, arg2. And store it. So let's have a cell. A cell has an operation. A cell has an arg1 and an arg2. What's an arg? An arg is either a value is it? I don't remember. How does it look? $3. What does dollar mean? Reference. If it's dollar, it's reference. Else it's a number. Not so much to see here. So, so that's all we're gonna need to remember. So let's have a tagged union here. Value. Or reference. Yeah, actually I'm gonna have to put that here. Art type, then we're gonna have so either a value, and a value is an integer as far as I can remember, we'll see that later, or a reference, which is actually the same type, but let's not get into such considerations. Do I need anything other? That ought to be enough to parse for now. So I got operation in arg1 and arg2. So I'm going to need a spreadsheet. A spreadsheet is going to be a vector of values, well, of cell. So here's where I need the syntax, and is it going to be enough? Can I just put an operation here? Operation and arg1, arg2. Something like that. but that's the gist of it indeed. So, well, print of print of cell. Let's do it this way. Print of C for cells in spreadsheet. So I'm missing the parsing and the semicolon. Operation does not name a type. That is very correct. So an operation can be a value or an add or a sub or a mult. This is going to be a problem. So it's not really a value, it's going to be an immediate or a literal. No, actually, it's not even necessarily. We'll see about that. So parse op not define. True. Let's define. What's its type supposed to be? Well, it returns an operation. So operation parse op of string in. Whoa! Freaking IDE. It's going to be something like if in is, what are the operations? So value. That's the one I renamed. Subtract. This one's not needing quotes. And multiply. None of this is really needed. I could operate directly, but trying to make things kind of clean. So this is defined. This could actually take an explicit error. Parse arg. I need to define. Come on. So I'll define this next operation. Arg is defined here, so I'll define it here. So how is this going to work? Well, where is this? Either a number or a reference or nothing. So the thing to see is, do I have a dollar sign in the beginning? If I do, I'm going to need my result type. So arg return. So if I've got a dollar, it's a reference. And get rid of it. How do I get rid of it? Like I remember, let's check the string API again. Strings, strings, strings. There might be a container-like interface like pop front or something. That's really all I want to do. Iterators, capacity, operations, yes. That's not an operation. Oh, I mean binary operations, non-members. When I get a substring or something, like substring, that's the one I want. Position and length, which by default is everything. Yeah, that's what I want. So just get rid of it. And we'll parse it later on. So else it's a value. And what was the point of me? Okay, let's do it cleanly. No need for that. That's gonna be no ret dot reference equals string to int of that. I think, isn't there a syntax in the new C++ where I can do away with this? I'll check for this later on. In the meantime, this ought to compile. Reference was not declared in this scope. Seriously? Arg, yeah. It's namespaced, which is reasonable. And this needs a type. And this one's not declared. Yeah, I'm going to want to resolve it first. So resolve it, print it. Both of which are to define. What even is the type of C? I'm not gonna have access to the spreadsheet. I need access to the spreadsheet, so I'm gonna give it for printing. I do not want to need it at all. So, well, printing is the easy part. We'll do that. Printing takes a single index. No, it takes a single cell. And operation is going to be rather simple. Switch the operation. What could it be? The only one I'm going to want to be doing now is value. I'm really being all Haskell-y here. Let's do it C++. I don't need a switch here. All I want is if. So if that cell's operation is immediate, I said enter. And so if it's an immediate, it's printable. What's the syntax for an immediate? There's one here. Only the first one is defined. Ooh, so I'm actually going to need to have a special case for the underscore, or maybe not. I'll check this later on. But in any case, that means I want to have the first argument. So the first argument is arg1. What can I do with it? I want to be sure it's a value. So how do I make sure it's a value? Well, I check its archetype. So I want c.arg1.archetype to be a value. In that case, it's completely easy. You just print c.arg1.value. else bad things happen. How did that happen? Come on. And they wonder why I complain about the IDE. Okay, printing is defined. And now what's missing? No member named operation. Oh no, it's op. Yeah. Operations the type for whatever reason. So resolves not declared in the scope. That's fine, and that's actually the interesting part of the job. So let's resolve. Actually, do I want to go full functional on this? Yes, I do. It's gonna devolve from this. So resolve's gonna return an integer. It's taking a spreadsheet. A spreadsheet is a vector of cells. I'm gonna have to find some kind of a convention because this is really messy. Yeah, I don't need your stupid autocomplete. So take a spreadsheet. You want to have an index. No, it's a cell. Yeah, I can deal with that. It can be a cell, that's fine. So how do you resolve this? Well, it's pretty easy. We're gonna switch, this is where it is. Switch on the cells operation. Is it value? If it's a value, the value is arg1, so we resolve the argument. So resolve argument, well, that's the cells arg1, arg2 is unused, and that's it. Could it be an addition? No, not advance. Well, if it's in an addition, we resolve the terms. So, well, result. We're going to simplify it all. So let's start. T1 is going to be resolve arg of so arg1. Resolve argument of arg2. Result is going to be T1 plus T2. And that's the new value. So C dot up is now going to be a value, and C dot arg1 equals, well, that value I'm gonna, yeah, fine. Resolve arg, so it's gonna be value. That's a good one. I have no idea what the proper syntax is for a union initializer list. That's the good opportunity to go and find it. And arg. So value is R. Something like that. We could have a default. No, This is unbearable. Some kind of an exception here. And here we go. So spreadsheet not declared in this scope. Yep, it's a spreadsheet type. Value not declared in this scope because those are in. No, because this one's supposed to be immediate. But they're all the same anyway. Now, resolve org is not declared, yes, and I will have to. So resolve arg, in the end, resolving a cell is going to result in an immediate argument no matter what. So resolve arg doesn't need to change the argument. So it's just going to return an integer. Well, take an argument, and to resolve it, I'm gonna need a spreadsheet as well. You did not need to erase some spreadsheet s, which can also be a constant, because as I said, oh no, it cannot be a constant. We're recursively resolving. So go ahead. So an argument has archetype n. So it's going to be a switch again. So let's take a dot archetype. If it's a value, return it. That's the easy part. If it's a reference, dereference it. So R is resolve of said reference, so spreadsheet and cell there. So like C, no, S at R, I suppose. Oh no, it's 0 indexed. That's nice. So a dot archetype is now going to be a value. A dot value is now going to be R and return R. Default something horrible. Now this is wrong. This has to be wrong. How can it? It's not R, it's the reference. I'm probably having some type signatures wrong here. So spreadsheet was not declared. Yeah, that's most likely. I'm going to need to put all the types up there. That's C++'s age showing. So this is an arg, and this is going to be the same problem here. As is here, I should probably make those members anyway. We'll get to this later. Resolve was not declared in the scope. Yeah, there's mutually recursive, so I'm not gonna have many other possibilities than to add a prototype here, a forward declaration. Whoa. That. Ah, this is so painful. So, assignment to in a read-only object. Well, indeed, it's not read-only. It's mutable, and that's what we wanted. What's this? Oh, that's true. And that's absolutely solvable. Like this. Come on. The people at CG do not use their own editor. I have no other explanation. Now what's this? Yeah, because it needs the spreadsheet. Same error here, so well, that's kind of easy. All we need to do is not use them. So those two are good. And this one goes directly here. Mm-hmm. Right. I don't know how this got here, and I don't want to know. Abort. Woohoo. Invalid argument. That's the underscore. Or actually equals. Well, unuse. And don't bother initializing the reference or anything. Oh my god, that actually worked. So I'm not done implementing, I'm still needing a few other operations, but it's gonna be rather easy now. So add. Yeah, well, it's really gonna be exactly the same thing. So sub, only difference is minus, and mult. That's interesting. Mult, only difference is times. And this is wrong. So what's going on now? Double dependency. So first one's correct, second one's correct, third one is supposed to be one more than the second one, yet it's something completely crazy. How did this happen? So it's resolving. Two. Well, we're gonna add some debugging to this resolution. So first one's already a value, that's fine. Second one is computed as first one plus 100. So computing, first one already a value, computed, yeah, because it resolved the first argument. And the second one is an immediate argument of 100. I'm missing the computed value 120 part. So that's the referencing. And all of that part is, yeah, here we go. So the first one, the value, got it. Second one, reference to 20. It's dereferencing uninitialized memory. Something's up on the chain. I am kind of missing where I'm dereferencing them from. I do have a stupid race condition here. I don't suppose this is well defined. So no, resolve arg is not going to store it. It's going to be purely functional, so I am going to keep it constant here. So already a value, or it's a dereference, but you're still not gonna update it. So you're just gonna recursively return this. Well, you are allowed to make it temporary, so you can log it, but no more. Yeah, it's T now. Now what? Semicolon. C++'s error messages do not get better with age. I'm completely doing undefined stuff. Excuse me, there's some important trolling going around here. So I am reading some initialized value. Now why is that? Let's add a bit of a detail here. Oops, forgot the end of line. Not the end of Klein. What? Here it is. So 2020 second is 0 plus dereference value. That is not correct. Oh, that's because resolving does not return. You should set it and also return it. Well, that's a lot better, isn't it? Yeah, much better. Ooh. Accounting is hard, so what's the problem here? Oh, timed out. Timed out means too much logging. So let's turn it off. Now it works. I'm getting an exception. So where do I have possibility for an exception? This one doesn't make too much sense. This one's possible. This one's possible. Which other ones? This one would be really weird. But you never know. And this one is possible as well. Well, would be weird, but it's an instance of int, so it's not this one. Like already? Oh, unresolved. Unresolved, huh? Which one of my cell resolutions did not work? So it says unresolved if it's... Oh, but that's because of the archetype. Yes, I am resolving them in case it's an operation, but I was not resolving them in case it's an immediate. So let's change that. So I'm not going to change the fact that it's an immediate, but I am going to force the fact that the argument now has to be a value 2. There we go. Let's check all of this works. Well, isn't that better? Okay, this is not as clean as it ought to be. There are a few things that could be better. For example, all of those scope resolution operators I'm using. Oh, and this too, I need to check this out. So this is kind of okay, apart from the fact I would really like... What's the syntax? Is it... Can I not do something like this? Is that in C++ yet? Nope. Let's check. Function definition syntax. It really should have something for this. Functions. Where's the syntax? Function declaration. No, definition. I want a definition. Definition. Stop. It was the same page anyway. Okay. Yes, that's what I want. Drilling. Maybe I misunderstood this. Return type deduction, parameter list. Function definition, yeah, is a block. It's not delete or default. Oh, I did not know we could delete functions that were not default generated. That's cool. Ah, no example. Yes, an example. And it's only for a type. Well, that's sad. It's not the return type, it's the return value. I'd like to admit that's something Pascal does better. It's all return type. Can I try return value? No, it does not. Okay, well, too bad. I thought C++ had improved, but not there. So this, yeah, this is always good. This cannot happen anymore. Neither can this. I do not need the temporary variable anymore now that I'm not logging anymore. Break. This cannot happen anymore. And okay, that ought to be good. Maybe I should have tested my answer. Did I get it? Haha, I kept the arrow in. Sorry. That's not convincing yet. Oh, yeah. I don't need to define it. I can just return it. That's better. That might be an error. I'll check. In which case I do not need this at all anymore. This, what the? The editor's trying to make me believe I'm crazy, but I know who is. No main. Oh yeah, no main. Let's abort, undo. Oh, lots of stuff I'm gonna need to undo. How long ago did it remove main? I'm just repeatedly undoing and checking which one took away my main. I've got my main here, right? Yeah, it's back. So which solving status were we in? Oh wait, it works. So this was just to make me rage after the editor again. Okay, so well, as I said, this sucks. Let's get rid of it and return it directly. Same here. And same here. In which case this isn't needed. Do I still have a main? I still have a main. This does not need to return anymore. Do I still have a main? I still have a main. This temporary variable is not needed at all. All good. All good. That's good, that's good, that's good. That's not needed. Still good. Well, in theory, this is totally not needed anymore. So I'll actually get rid, well, I'll check I still pass the test and get rid of it. Yeah, I mostly passed the test, so I'll get rid of it. All I need to print is argv value. That is expected to have been resolved recursively. Now what? Yeah, you're trying to make fun of me. But that semicolon is there, no matter what you think about it. Okay, is this good enough for publication? I think it's gonna be fine. Yeah, that's pretty verbose. That's a bit better. Not here. This is not needed. This is kind of a case where I'm wondering if I couldn't change it and return it at the same time. Is this worth a try? I'll try. Could I return this thing as a value? Yes, I can. That's great. I love it. Let's do it, because I can get rid of all of the breaks then. And shorter code is code that can fit in my head, and my head can't fit that much. I love this. And it's gonna make all the people who don't understand why we have coding guidelines snap. Still kind of like 100 lines. I think my Haskell is like 10 lines for this. C++ is uber verbose. There is no algorithm in here. Submit famous last words. Yeah, that one's good. Let's keep it. Well, this is readable. Why isn't the editor readable? This could probably be factored some more, but not today. So anything interesting here? Tagged union. Like how should I sum this up? What I didn't know I could do. It's an R value from an L. That's the thing here. Well, initializer lists all over, which I'm pretty happy to get confident with. And well, that's about it. Oh, wait. Why is that operation out of the cell? We could bake it in, that'd be better. Let me save this for later on. Why is this white now? My theme is dark. Did they even test this? So that operation thing is only used for a single field, let's get it in and call this operation. Now I don't need the identifier anywhere else. So I'm going to have compile errors everywhere. And this actually means I can use value again. So value here. Yep. I'm going to declare this one a friend, just so it can get those. Or not, or yes. Yeah. Or static. Static's fine too. Yeah, let's make it static. Oh, operation does not name a type. Ah, yeah. Well, let's make it a type if I need it. Yeah, it's valid now, which makes more sense. C op, yeah, it's operation now. Immediate is value now. This resolve thing should be a member method. Has not been declared. Indeed it hasn't. That's a good one. It's an incomplete type. How can I... Is that possible? Can I declare it here if I have a forward definition for cell? Seems like I can. That's rather good. So all of this goes away, of course. We're in a method now. Value now. CRG2 is most likely org. R. Parse up. Not declared. What do you mean? Is this one a member now? Yes, it is. That whole thing ought to, well, yeah, well, for now. This one's a member of cell and resolve arg. What's wrong here? Oh, a method now. Same here. Okay, so that's still good. Now, it's a pity I actually need to submit to be able to view a few more lines, because yeah, of course, maximizing this will not make me view more lines because we're talking about the coding game IDE. So this is kind of the argument constructor, isn't it? Should I make it one? I could. Moving from a functional style to a more object-oriented one. So yeah, let's make this the argument constructor. So this isn't going to be a parse arg anymore, it's just going to be arg. And constructors are expected to initialize their fields and not return them. I suppose is type. Yeah, type's allowed in C++. I'll make it the keyword. Type is this and value is this. Type is this and nobody cares about the value. And type is this and value is this. The semicolons at the other end of the braces for weird C++ reasons. No, wait. Does that still compile? Yeah, it's a constructor now. So this has a constructor that takes a string. Destructor is fine. I don't need any. Do I need the other two? Operator equals. So that's our. Forbids declaration of arg with no type. It's the constructor. Type was not. Yes, that's because I've just simplified it. And archetype, yeah, not anymore. Indeed, I am assigning it. Can I do it differently? No, I don't think I can. I'm keeping the cell anyway. So I'm gonna need this one. No match for operator equals. Well, come on. Oh, that's because I need the... What even is... Do I need a constructor for this? Oh, I may be reaching the limits of this. I'm gonna need the other default, well, semi-default constructors. So arg with so that's going to be, yeah, the value initializer, arg with int. Well, let's just call it v. Is this okay as syntax? Yeah, seems so. So now just define it like this. Don't even bother saying it's a value. And this is a closing thing. Well, isn't that interesting syntax? It does make the code a lot cleaner, doesn't it? So in this regard, I like it. Let's do the same here. And here. And here. How about that? Expected. More closing parentheses indeed. Parse.org was not declared in this scope. Nope. Now it's a constructor. That's using a copy constructor. How about with an ampersand? Link errors, that's better. What are you missing now? A copy constructor. Do you need it? Do you really, really need it? Okay then. Fine. I'll put it back. Well, this is getting better and better as we go. Only 90 lines. And always a bit more readable every time. This obviously can be factored at no cost. And so this is a member of cell. Resolving an argument would completely be reasonable as a member of argument. In which case you're not going to need this anymore. And it can be declared const upwards and switch type, return value, return reference dot resolve s, no change. So we're gonna need to declare this around here. So what's the error here? Spreadsheet hasn't been declared yet again. Shifting this up. Oops, what did I do now? Yeah, it's const. Yeah, because this one is S. I should not have removed this one. And resolve arg has not been. So it's now arg1 dot resolve. Arg2 dot resolve. Same here. And same here. Still good. Well, not much of a win, but come on. A bit better, step by step. Those are not needed anymore. As are those. Scoping's now simplified too. Let's do something ridiculous here. Oh, so much better. And c.resolve actually returns the value, so this could be simplified further. This function doesn't exist anymore. I'm kind of mixing up argument functions and cell functions, so let's put those back in a more logical order. Well, logical. Let's call that the more common order. Okay, can we close the namespaces? Yeah, okay. Logical order is still types first, then methods. Value. Right. And I don't think there's still no C++ experts on the chat. Am I able to have a read-only attribute? I don't think so. I don't think I can make only this one public either. That's probably illegal even now. Oh my, it is. Yeah, well, I need to make the entire union public, and that completely breaks encapsulation indeed. But that's kind of resolving, isn't it? So assign and resolve again. That's getting a bit ridiculous. Oh, what I could do instead is make arg a private class within cell. Let's get this one back to structure now. Can I have a constructor for cell? Yes, and actually I should. A cell is going to be initialized by 3 strings. What's the operation that currently does my cell initialization? It's just this here. I'm not gonna put move semantics for I just denied. Oh, but I am pushing it as is. Yeah, so that's gonna be too much for my willpower tonight. Let's keep those as full structs. Does this still compile? The incomplete type, yeah, this moves up. And that's clean enough. at least separate fields from methods. Okay, let's go with that. This is a lot better. Let's publish it. Yep, good for me. So, all of this. Yeah, I'll go with that. Okay, it's time for another small break. And I'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay, one or two more and that's gonna be enough. So what's next? The descent I think I do not have since they changed it. Yeah, C++, I'm unworthy. Well, let's do it again then. C++. Do you think I even remember since they simplified it? Single line with one integer. Oh, so we're back to the minimum element I was looking for, so I'd expect this one to be an algorithm. This is exactly the time we'll need it. So I'd expect it to be this one. Unknown element. Like best list and gives a forward iterator. Yeah, that's what I want. So min element. Let's use algorithms all the way. How about I do not use this at all, but instead I use copy n or something. What's it called? Copy. copy n, that's the one I want. So copy n values of 8. Is that the syntax? Has it loaded yet? First count out, yeah. From an iStream iterator of int of cn8 to a back inserter of mountains. Well, let's just call it a mountain. Yeah, vector of int mountain. And then output the min element. So this is a typo. I think it's not the min, but the max we actually want. And anything else? Woohoo, I don't have the iterators. That's fixable. And I'm not using string. Timeout, huh? Could be considered better if I actually put an end line here. Still not good. From 0 to 7. Oh yeah, of course. What's the iterator? What's the function to get the offset? Let's get back to iterators. It's kind of, yeah, distance to beginning. No, nothing else. Oh, I'm kind of frustrated, but I'll deal with it. It can be done this way. And it works, yay. I can still write a bit of C++, so this one's actually reasonably short. Could be shorter if we brought this left a bit. Yeah, this is satisfying. And shareable. Well, this one was actually easy compared to the rest. I don't remember this one, but we'll see what it's about. So, move a robot and find where we are at the end. For a number of iterations, that is well above what we can simulate. But as usual, it's on a small map, so we're necessarily gonna loop. I don't even think we need to check which direction we have. So let's go ahead. So we need the map width, height, read them. Indeed, ignore this one at times. I'll tolerate. No, not here. Next, the number of iterations. Long, it's really ugly. I propose we use an N64 instead. Let us now declare our board. So character. If I recall correctly, this is legal since C99. And definitely do not do that. Okay, got the board. So step one is going to be to find the robot's position. We can actually do this while we're reading the board initially. So if what we read is the robot. What's the robot? Oh. And let's use complexes. I haven't used them in C++ for a long time. I like to see how they're going. I'm assuming they still exist. Yep, how do I create one? I suppose it's just a struct. Oh, we have complex literals now. That's exciting. How do I use them? Tell me, tell me, tell me. We have literals. Oh, C++ 14. I have not used this yet. This is really exciting. How do I use this? Operator, double quote. Well, double quote. IFIL, depending on the type underneath. It's only floating points. I'm on integers for now, but that's something I had heard about and hadn't had an opportunity to use that. I'm very happy it exists. I don't think I'm gonna use it here since it's all for fractional types, and I really I'm gonna stay on integers. But I am making a note for myself that I'm gonna come back to this later on. Do I? Yeah, no other kind of literals. Special namespace. Reinterpret. Hope we're not gonna need any of that tonight. Okay, well I just want a simple constructor. So, wow, that's a lot of constructors. Real part and imaginary part is all I need. So I just assume it's gonna work. Algorithm, I don't think I'm gonna need algorithm. Vector, I don't think. String, no. Biostring, yes. So complex, I'm gonna need. And I'm gonna use most likely a map or a double vector. I do not think it'd be legal to me to have an array. Is this compiled? I'm so happy I get to use this. That I don't know where to start. Initial is not defined and whatever. Oh yes, so all here. IJ, how does it work? Top left is 0, 0. So I is going to be I, J as real and imaginary. Actually, robot is fine for this. This compile. Yes, it compiles. What did I want to check? I wanted to check whether I could define an array here. Is that legal? Small problem. Yeah. Probably not legal. That's unfortunate because this syntax is really a game changer. Okay, that's fine. We'll do without. So we got the board and we got the starting position. So now all that's going to happen is we are going to, well, simulate. The robot initially moves upwards. So the robot has a direction, and that direction is upwards, which in my coordinate system is -1, 0. And well, let's do it. Counting moves, counting n moves. So while we still got moves to do, step. So what happens? The robot is going to attempt to move, so the target will auto-define is the robot's position plus its direction, and is that place ready? As far as I can remember, the robot will never leave the map, so I don't need to do any bounce checking. Actually, that target, I'm gonna need its coordinates. And the thing I'm gonna want to check is there an obstacle? I don't remember if it can have multiple obstacles in the same move. Let's check this out quickly. What happens if there's an obstacle? It turns right. So boom, 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 loop. Boom, 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 loop. Short loop. And this one. Loop, yeah, that never happens either, so it's gonna be pretty easy. If there's an obstacle in the target, so that's board I j equals obstacle. In that case, we turn right. Turning right is a matter of multiplying by -I, and -I, does that exist? Yeah, well, not for integer complexes, so I'm gonna just use it directly. Whoa, what's going on here? Oh, it split the window. That's not cool. Get back to the other one. Oh, get back here. Thank you. So if we meet an obstacle, the direction is multiplied by this great value here. So we now have an actual target. So I can just reassign it. This is a mutable language. is robot plus direction and move there. Well, actually, yeah, not even target, robot. Robot plus equal direction. And of course, this is going to time out for the more complex cases, but let's just make sure at least this works here. No, you can't. Well, that's not nice. That's almost a defect. It should be possible. Come on. Okay, well, I'll deal with it. That's totally unfortunate. That's, oh, yeah, well, that's kind of historical. Those parts of the STD are not from the same time. Okay, so we can't do this. Well, in that case, we are not going to do it. So target dot real and target dot image. I'm disappointed in you, C++. Target segfault. So maybe I did move out into the let's where are you starting, dear robot? Oh, it's not initial anymore, it's a robot. You're seeing the same thing as I am, right? There's a T here, there's no. So 4-3. Is that the actual example? Yeah, seems so. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's here. Let's do it this way. So I'm just printing where the robot is and where he intends to go, and at some point I'm gonna go out of bounds. So 4, 3, 3, 3, 2, 3, 1, 3. 1, 3 is here. 1, 4, 1, 5, 6, etc. 11, 10, 12, 19. There's not 19 here. How many is there? So we're kind of moving past this one that I expect to be in 111. Targets 111. Yeah, I'd expect you to turn here. Did I miss something about the width and height? 1020. What's the question? It's the position in the end. It's 0 indexed as it should. So why? Is it moving past? 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, etc. Is this another of those times where I'm gonna need to just print the board just to make sure I parsed it right? Yes, it is. Wall clock is fine. J wasn't declared. Indeed. Well, that's interesting. It's completely wrong. Well, wrong, not totally wrong, but it's not exactly what I expected. It's not whether this is missing. What did I mess up in my parsing? I from 0 to H, J from 0 to W. Oh yeah, I'm missing the ignore again. No, I'm not. Well, is there even the correct amount? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 width, height. Width is 12. Yeah. How wrong is it? This one's missing. This seems correct. This is completely wrong. Am I reading the transpose? Oh yeah, I am. Should be this way. Yeah, sorry it's late here. So now it's taking a long time, which is something we'd want. And it's not you're not putting result, which is something that would be expected since we did not print it at all. So at the end, we want to print so X is the imaginary part. Something like that. And obviously, yeah, this is gonna overflow. Okay, this is better. So I don't need this anymore. I don't need this anymore. Now I need a bit of caching so I can remember whether or not I've visited some place already. How am I gonna do this? The easy way is just to remember for each part of the board when's the last time I was there. So let's add an array here. Not board anymore, it's like trail. It's going to be initialized at the beginning with -1. Now, every time we move, let's do this in the other way. T for time. So the movement is the same. What's going to change is we record what time it is and where we are. So trail, so robot dot real robot image equals time. So that's just the recording part. And the more interesting part we're going to want to do is look at there, and have we already been there? So retrieve it. PT for previous time. And if we have, which is if it's more than -1, then we're not totally solved, but we can eliminate a lot of the moving around. How much exactly of the moving around can we eliminate? Well, we've got a loop or a period that's equals to t minus pt. And we have a number of steps we still want to perform. That number of steps, or do we do it this way? Yeah. So how many of those periods can we still do? That's going to be the loops. So it's very simply equals to n minus t, so number of target number of steps minus where we are divided by the period. And well, just perform those. Directly and stop looking for loops. So this is only, yeah, it's seek loops. Actually, seek loops is going to be false. We initially do seek loops. Get lost. Okay, I hope this still works. That's a very interesting Boolean value. And let's see how it goes. Wrong answer. Ouch. How'd that happen? I assume this is the first one that loops. No, it shouldn't be. It absolutely isn't. Well, isn't that interesting? Let's check I'm able to actually parse this properly. Wouldn't be the first time. That seems to be the correct number. Yeah. Okay, let's look for something else. Where else do we touch? And I hope we're not modifying it. No. Those are the right type. T is the right type. Yeah. No, yes, this is correct. Hmm. Well, that is completely interesting. Can't think of a reason why this one would fail and not the other ones. Well, this is creepy. I actually suppose I could submit it and have the correct results. Ah, no. Okay. So it might be testing something. Well, I'll be damned. Oh, indeed. Yeah. So I am gonna have to check the difference with the trail because this one has a self-intersecting loop. Well, that is not gonna be too hard. So in addition to those two parameters, I'm gonna have to keep one for the direction, which is 4. So direction, I'm actually gonna store as an integer. Because I'm gonna have to index on it. So robot plus direction isn't gonna cut it anymore. I'm gonna have to. So we said 0 minus 1. Do I have a power? I do have a power. I hope it can be a power of an integer. Let me check. Nope. It's complex to complex. Well, that's too bad. Oh well, let's move away from this. So let's have a simple list of directions. I mean, that's probably the easiest. Do I really need complexes? Well, not that much anymore, but now they're here. So I'm going to have an array of 4 complex of int directions. I think I needed this for GHC, for G++ to accept it. So complex. Direction 0 is the one we start in, so it's -1, 0. Turn right, it's 0, 1. Oh, 0, 1. Next one is, well, I suppose 1, 0. And last one is 0, minus 1. Stupid syntax. So direction is going to be like this. And if we meet an obstacle, direction's going to be the next one. And same here, directions, direction. Is this the reason why I failed my board the other time? Oh, there isn't. Okay. That's the correct one. I want a container. Oh yeah, it's the other way around, so that does explain why I messed it up last time. So I'm gonna have to try it again after this. Okay, so now I'm gonna add the direction here and wait for all of them. And here as well, so this is gonna be indexed by direction. Here we go. Well, oops. This likely needs this. What's intriguing is how did it get deleted in the first place? Yay, we get the correct answer. Okay, so we had something cooking, which was, can we have the board as an array instead? So now that I've understood which way it goes, is this valid? It is not. Okay, problem solved. This is not needed anymore. Apart from that, none left, huh? Am I using a vector? I don't think I'm using a vector. Where's this? Here. Am I using complexes? Yes, I think I still am. Okay, good enough, I suppose, but it's only really readable. Did that fucking editor add something. Yeah. This is really getting on my nerves. I cannot for the life of me imagine how people can clash with an editor that's lagging behind. Yeah, that's good enough. I'll take it. So what did we do properly here? Arrays, because come on, I gotta use them. Complex. Does that are not that useful in this case. They were before I indexed on the directions, but that went short. And that's about it. Using modulo operation is not something to be so proud of. Okay, what's next? What's next is 1D bushfire. I don't really remember what this was about. Oh my. Haskell solution is like 80 characters long. Strip of bushes on fire, air firefighter, water drops, 1 times L, puts out 3. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a greedy. This is a simple greedy fill. There's really not much to it. So let's greedily fill. No, we're not even gonna need a data structure for this. So n, yes, ignore yes, but it's gonna come in the later part. So while do your ignore and read a bit of it. Oh, am I gonna need? He's not giving the length, so I'm gonna actually use a string here. Okay, well, let's have one. Strip of land. And what are we gonna do with it? We're gonna iterate. And it's going to need to be indexed because I'm gonna be doing dirty stuff with it. So 0 I is less than the strip's size or length. I never remember, but he's gonna tell me if I got it wrong. I plus plus, and we're gonna be counting the number of drops. So if well, read, so it's a strip of land. Read it, and if it's on fire, then drop and directly move 2 steps ahead. And I think that's about it in the end. write out the number of drops and we should be good. We don't need this, we don't need vector, we don't need algorithm. This does not need to be so many lines. Where'd that go? Failure. So what's wrong? Yeah, this needs 2. How do you make a 0 out of that? It's like you're not reading the first line at all, because for some reason 2 is enough. Okay, well, you can do the ignore afterwards, but that's kind of surprising. It's all the more surprising. It was part of the default code, so the default code could be completely wrong for this. Now this is disturbing. Ah, errors, that's better. So basic operations. 1, 3, 0. Ah, didn't get the 0. Oh, of course, I should not be reading it from CN. I should be reading it from the string. So I don't even need this. I'm gonna tentatively put this back where it was. And no, do not read there. Read directly from the string. Ha ha ha. Yeah, that's kind of better, isn't it? Yeah, much better. Okay, well, that was mostly easy. Did I do anything really interesting in there? Not exactly. It's gonna be time for my beer, I think. So you're gonna have to wait for me 5 minutes and I'll be right back. See ya. Okay, that's better. How long can I keep doing this? We'll see. What's left? Just a few of them. This site is so slow. So longest sequence of whatever, of ones. Oh, I think this one was nice. So brute force or DP? So input a bit string, output the length of the longest possible sequence of ones after flipping one bit. Okay, so what is that length supposed to be? I suppose we're gonna have a few cases. we've got the case, well, the one we've got here, where there is no one, in which case the result is going to be the length of the string minus 1. We've got the case where there is only one. Well, that's not a very interesting case. I think globally what we're looking for is to count. This is probably doable with in constant space. Just read the string and maintain 2 counts, the counts of the substring length, assuming we have not flipped yet, and the string length, assuming we have flipped already, and keep the maximum over that. Something like that. Well, let's start simple. String B, get line. Do we need this? Can we? I'm not sure I can get through with the iterators like I did last time, but I'm gonna try and check anyway, just for the practice. So let's try a copy of a nice stream iterator. Oh no, I'm not gonna need a transform actually. That's a great opportunity. So how does transform work? Give me the algorithms. I think it's transform, but possibly it's some form of copy. Transform, yeah, that's exactly what I want. Transform. And I'm gonna have to do something about the end of line, but there's time for that. So transform takes an input, output, and unary operation. First, last, first operation. Yep, that's exactly what I want. Okay, let's see if I can get it right on the first time. So I want to transform of a character iterator from Cin to a back inserter of well, it's gonna be my bit string here, bits. Let's indent a bit, and I'm gonna need a lambda here of the set character that's gonna return if whether it's 1. I'd need some form of a vector here, and I think that should be good. Well, let's check if it's correct with let's just write its size out. Typo. Cannot deduce. Okay, should I put Cin or should I put character? I think it's character I should put. Yeah, let's put character. Got 2, okay. I'm gonna check all of them because this is fragile. Got 5. Got 11. Got 50. Okay, well, this might work. So now, well, we're gonna read them. And we are going to accumulate the, well, what I said earlier. So we're gonna fold over them. So we're gonna have a pair. This is exactly what we were talking about on the channel the other day. The question why was, why is numerics no, what is the page name? So in regular languages, we'd call this a fold. But apparently in C++, for some reason, it's called accumulate. Well, it's going to be a very special sum. But that ought to work. So we're going to accumulate. First, last, init, and returns a t. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. So accumulate first, last, and an operation. So this is just going to be bits.begin, bits.end, and the operation. I'm going to think it for some time, but let's just call it op and call it a day. So the operation I need, I'm missing an argument here. I need an initial value. Yeah, it sums by default, but initial value is going to be make pair. So initially, whether we had a flip or not, we'd start at 0, 0. So the operation is going to return a pair of events, and it's going to take as input. I never remember if it's left or right. Oh, it's internal. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. I'm going to need to use the other algorithm, which is for each, I suppose. Because we saw earlier today there is an actual fold functionality in C++17, but it's kind of restricted to argument lists. It's not very easy to use otherwise. And I don't think Nah, none of that works. Algorithms, yeah, so it's going to be for each. With lambda, I could probably guess the signature before internet decides it's soon enough to give it to me. So for each, woohoo. For each begin end, I will not have an initial value anymore because it's going to be outside and closed on. So here's my accumulator. Oh, come on, I'll pair int accumulator. And my operation is going to be a lambda, this time a real bona fide one. I'm going to have to close over the accumulator. It's going to take a character. Well, actually, no, it's a bool now. And I am going to update, well, both of my accumulators values. So let's see how I'm going to do that. Those values are namely flip done or flip to do. So flip done, if the flip is done and if the flip is done and I'm on a true increase, so bool b increase, that's so flip done plus 1. If the flip is done and oh yeah, it's actually possible to do in constant space, but not at this time of night. So I'm gonna keep those vectors. And so if the flip is done and I'm out of a bit, well, you're gonna stay at this value and be at 0 now. No, that's not gonna be reasonably interesting, is it? Hmm. Yeah, okay, let's keep like this. And if the flip is still to do, and there's a bit, we can increase it. And if the bit I'm having a hard time presenting it in a way that's digestible. What I want to remember is the current length of trues I've got behind me. And whether or not for this length I have already flipped a bit or not. So I have a length where the flip has been done and the length where the flip is to do. If I reach a 1 bit, then that length can increase no matter what. If I reach a 0 bit, if the flip is already done, then I cannot flip it again, so it stops here. So the length stays as it is. If the flip is not done yet, we can flip it to a 1 and put that. So actually it's gonna move here. And we get the 0 here. That is a bit hard to think at this time of the night, but let's go with that. So make pair of done and to do end of this, end of this. We might actually want to print it too for now. That will help us in the beginning. And I'm actually not printing anything yet, so I'm obviously going to need a bit more. Oh, forgot about that. Okay, so this one is reasonable, and all I need to do after this is find the max. I still am gonna have to take care of the case of the completely empty string, or the completely one string, which means, yeah, actually the only one I can take the maximum of is the one where the flip is done. But that's okay. Bit size, yeah. So I ought to be able to print the maximum. There's no map function in C++, is there? I don't think so. Or a maximum by, or an iterator adapter that would take one element of the pair. This actually has a chance of existing. Let's go check for that. So Not that I can find. I'm not. There's nothing in the functions library anymore. I think they got rid of that. Yeah, can't find it anymore. Oh well. Maximum. But only of the flip done. Ah, this is so frustrating in a functional language. It would just be the direct expression. And I can't seem to find this here. Let's give it a chance again from the main page. Is functional still around? No, really not. This really died in 11. Well, it wasn't very good, but it was something. Utility function. Yeah, it seems like I'm not gonna find the proper function here. So we're falling back to using maximum from algorithms, and we'll see if we can do that with a dedicated comparison operator. Oh, I still have beer. So I'm looking for the maximum. It's called max. Okay, whatever. And I'm looking for the variant where I can provide my proper comparison operator. So I'm only interested in the first one, the one where I already did. So it's called max from, yeah, I didn't store it. Which might actually, hey, be another chance of being able to do the right thing. Where's that for each, n? No, transform. No, none of those do. Those are so close to being what I need. Apply a function to a range of elements, storing results in a destination range. Yes, 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 that's kind of what I need. I just need to keep the state separately. So transform. Ooh. From range to first and operation unary. No, I need a binary. No, that won't cut it either unless I maintain my own state. So it's going to be the unary one. So not for each anymore, but transform from bits begin to bits end to the max, well, back inserter of max is. So I still need my accumulator. Yeah, well, that's actually why I called it the accumulator. That makes better sense now. So done and to do is actually the new accumulator. So let's assign it. So first one and second one. So accumulator is taken care of, and we now need only a return value, and this one is going to be the first part. This can remains, but it's got to be before the return. This drops. I have to define the maxes. There we go. And in the end, we want the max of maxes. There. Done was not declared. Yep, it's now ACK first and ACK second. No match for operator, blah blah blah. Oh really? Why is that? What does max return? The greater of the given values. Oh, no. No, 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 no. I want max element. Max element. Sorry about that. Well, that's better. Well, that's much better. Let's try all of them. Oh, that puzzle's got a lot of tests. But still, it's pretty good. It's pretty laggy, but it's pretty good. Yeah, thanks, Bonsai. Actually, I know, but it depends on my mood. Don't I have one already? Yeah, for example, I've got one here, see? So I'm kind of aware. Really, mood thing. Okay, well, that's not satisfying yet because it's still in linear space. So I'll submit it so I have it in history. And it's going to be a much faster one. Oh, I hated this one. I didn't remember that. Oh, I'm going to increase it because it's better now. Probably because I had a very bad experience first time around. So now, yeah, let's make this constant space. Right now I'm transforming and then I'm maximizing. This is actually not needed. I do not need a full vector here of maxes. I only need one. So let's call it the streak. And this can be done directly here. Accumulator first. Here. Streak starts at 0. How does this go? Oh yeah, it's not a transform anymore. Now it's back to for each. Changes all the time. Whoop, don't need this anymore. Streak is not captured indeed. And come to think of it, why am I even using a pair to begin with? I could have actually smart names for this. Hi, Alshok. I don't know what the current trend is for lambda indentation. We can debate it later if you're interested. Right now, I'm gonna try and rename those two because there's really no reason why they should be a pair. That was at the time I thought I was going to be using a Boolean operator, but that doesn't work in C++ with heterogeneous types. So I'm going to get rid of those. So streak 0, flip done 0, and flip to do 0 as well. I'm gonna need to capture them. Obviously, let's put them after the streak. Because the point of this lambda is precisely to modify them. This is completely unneeded now. And this is going to be a bit different. So now one depends on the other. So I'm going to have to be careful which one I update first. So let's do to do first. To do. No, actually, no, let's do flip done first. So flip done is going to be literally equal to this. There. And flip to do is going to be equal to this. That editor is driving me crazy. Don't use it for real stuff. Okay, this disappears and this is for flip done. And you don't have to return anything. This isn't needed anymore. So I suppose this still works. Well, that's a lot better. And all that's left now is to eliminate that first transform as well. And that can be done pretty easily by renaming this to the character in input and defining the Boolean exactly as we're doing above. As this. There we are. This is our new stream. And we do not need any of this anymore. We do not have a vector anymore. We do not have a string anymore. We do have an algorithm, and this line is empty. How's that? B was not declared in this scope. I think I did, and somehow the editor decided I was not worthy. Okay, so Alshok, while you're around, how would you like me to indent this lambda? Well, I think it's fine as is. So, submitting. Let's check if I published it. Maybe not. Publish again. Check it out. Yeah, that's satisfying. So what did I get right this time? Iterators. Reference capturing lambda. Well, so I'd call it a closure. And algorithm. From transform to for each. To transform back to for each, but that's only if you were there for the stream. All right. What time is it? It's pretty late. Maybe one more, because I'm far from done with that beer. So what's left around here? Graffiti on Defense. Second one by Java Coffee Cup. You're paid by a farmer to paint his fence, and knowing the tax can be too difficult for yourself, you subcontracted the job to a school of students as their extracurricular activity to draw graffiti on the fence. After a whole day of work and fun, the students reported which sections of the fence have been painted. The students were working in small teams or individually, so they got multiple separated reports from them. The fence has markings on it every meter, count from 0. A painted section is reported at start end. This appears to be kind of exactly the same thing as the previous puzzle. We want to know which part of it is not painted. Okay. Let's move to C++. And see what we can do with this. So it's provided unsorted, so that's about the first thing I'm gonna have to do. Nice comment. So I'm actually gonna have to store the input this time. There's no workaround that. So we get the length of the fence and the number of reports, and I would like it better if you could just read everything in one go. and then the reports. Okay, so there's really no need for all of that bullshit. I'm not gonna write a pair reader just now, unless it actually works, but I would not bet on it. Hey, it's worth a shot. Could this actually work? No harm in trying. Ah, give me Haskell back. Okay, so I'm gonna have to read them individually, which is fine. It's just gonna be a pair because that's easier to work with for now. And it's gonna be read separately. And I'm going to put that in the reports list that I'm gonna have to define. You don't need this anymore. That's a dot here. So yeah, well, you really don't need to have an I for this. Okay, input's done. Sort it. And now process them one by one. And what's the output we want ranges? So we start at 0. How are we gonna call it? Well, I is fine. How big can it get? 2 billion. That's not enough for 32-bit. I is less than the length. Yeah. Well, we'll see about that. All of those are within bounds, so we're fine with this. And no looping stupid. I just want to process the reports. Should be a queue. What's the queue interface? Can I sort a queue? No, but now I never remember this either. It's a container adapter. I haven't used this in a long time. Actually, does this even compile? I'm sorting pairs. Does that work in C++? I'm having doubts. Haskell would sort them without blinking an eye, but C++ is probably going to want me to define an operator. Oh, no, it's not. Well, that's a pleasant surprise. Good for you, C++. So queue. Here's the queue. Ooh, there's a priority queue. I might have even used that one. I'm gonna do this in a separate tab. That could spare me the sort, and you know how I dislike putting more lines than are needed. So priority queue could work on a vector. So push. Yeah, but can I? Oh, yeah, why not? Push. This could be nice if there is a matching adapter, which I'm gonna have to check. Only my internet can be as slow as this. So iterator adapters, I want a push kind of thing. Back insert is kind of it, but it's not the right name. But it could work, or it could not work, I don't know. I'm kind of fearing this one. This one needs, where's the name? Yeah, those are not iterator based. Yeah, I wouldn't bet on it. After the stream, maybe I'll take a look at it. Anyway, oh yes, but I still need a queue. Yeah, but I don't need to unpile them, so we don't really care about this. We can go directly with this nice thing we've got since 11. So we'll report. And we'll start and so we want to we know it's painted until 0, and the next painting report is at start, so we may have to declare some part of it as non-painted yet. That case is if the start is strictly after painted 2. And actually no need for that. After which painted 2 equals end, and actually that might be enough. That was much ado for not much. I don't need that. I'm not sure I'm using an algorithm here. Oh, I need to take care of the end too. Oh yes, I'm sorting. Okay, let's get the algorithm back. And I still need to take care of the end. Oh, and some end line too. Yeah, semicolon. Semicolon. Abort, abort. That UI is so unreactive, it hurts. So how far away am I? Yeah, I'm missing exactly what I said the case until the end. So let's do that. And this is like almost the same thing. Now what? Oh, it's not end, it's L. And it's L, capital L here as well. Yeah, seems good enough. Oh, overlap. What's wrong with that? Overlapping 2. So it's painted from 1 to 4 and 2 to 3. Yeah, painted 2 is not end, it's max of painted 2 and end to take care of overlap. Now what? No matching function to max. Okay, well, I never remember where it's defined. Something like utility or util, not by heart. Tell me where I left it. Algorithm? I have algorithm. Oh, tuple element. Okay. Ooh, it's int. That's not int. It's int 64t and int 64. And same here.